Okay, I think we're good. We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing this evening? Those of you that might be here, it looks like I would think very few people appear to be checking out EQ2, which is unfortunate now. I think EQ2 has run its course. I think there were 2 viewers about 10 minutes ago in the channel, or in the category. It's not a great sign. Although it's interesting, I think I had, throughout the stream yesterday, I think my report told me we had like 130 some odd viewers come through. I don't know why people don't stay, jump in the conversation. I have no idea. We're coming up here to the mines in Zach. We're going to do the shield update for Bang. Bang has a group fight to do. We should be able to duo it, no problem. We want to get it done because I'm one step ahead of Bang, and I'd rather us be on the same point or the same step. Because with the quest isn't operating the way it's supposed to, and you can only get one update a day. So I'm going to skip my update today to get his, and therefore tomorrow we'll have the same step to do. We'll be up to the same part. And then after that, I'm not sure what the game plan is. I might look at that new Star Wars game that's coming out, Star Wars Outlaws. That looked interesting. I still haven't played Jedi Survivor, and I really want to because we played the first one, and I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I liked it so much I went through and got all the ponchos.
You should have left when you had a chance.
And we're just waiting for Bang to show up. He's on his way. It'll take him a couple minutes. We don't want to zone in. We want him to zone in so we go in on his step and not throw off our sync. And then we'll figure out what to do after that. Excuse me. 44, 44. Hey, Lazy, what's happening? Welcome back. How's your Friday going? Do you work on the weekends? Are you off? Is it your quote-unquote weekend? Or weekend, if you're British or European? Which makes more sense. Weekend makes much more sense than weekend. Going through some HQs? I hear ya. I was trying to do the same. Are you on this server? Or I should say, if you're on this server, do I know who your character is or no? Zerk named Hydra. Aren't you in guild? I think you're in guild, or maybe you're not in guild. Thought I saw that name. Oh, Defiance. Okay, so tell me, are you new to Defiance, or are you Defiance from Defiance of old? I used to run with Defiance 15 years ago. A long time ago. I wasn't in Defiance. They used to grab me all the time to run stuff. If it's the same Defiance. I assume it's the Defiance / Obedience. Or do you know? You're new to Defiance. Okay. Well, if this is the Defiance of old, which I'm assuming it is because I think I recognize Prime's name, although I could be wrong. Defiance was a pretty big deal back in launch. They were arguably, I would say arguably the top guild. And what I mean by saying that is, they, for the most part, had everything on lockdown. Pager system, 7 days a week, blah blah blah, all the crazy stuff. You think people never did? That's what they did. That's the only reason I couldn't join them. I was asked many times to join them, and I couldn't do it because I couldn't stick to their schedule. Their schedule was ridiculous. I couldn't do it. I'm assuming it's the same guild. A lot of them wouldn't know who I am, but I'm sure if there's a dozen of them that are playing on this server, maybe my name jogs their memory. I like to think I was pretty nice with it back in the day as a guardian, so I got called on a lot. It gives 2 options on the door. Okay, what are your 2 options, Irish? They've got to be named differently, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just guessing. True. I'm pretty sure that that's who it is. We definitely don't have dozens of members. You don't now. And realistically, I don't think you... Until Obedience was formed back in the day, I don't think there were a lot of... I think Defiance had enough for 1 main raid force, and then they slowly branched into 2. And then that caused, I think, Obedience for the alts, I believe, ended up in a guild called Obedience. Again, memory's a little rusty, but I ran with those guys. Banana Man and all them. Guessing this is not the Defiance you're remembering, but I could inquire if I see Prime. As I click on the first one. Yeah, go. Well, be aware, Irish, that when you go in, the second you turn around and click on the door, whether you kill something or not, you get on a timer. Both say the same thing? Oh, click one. Whatever. I would assume the top one is yours. So just go ahead and click that one and we'll see what happens. Oh, I'm zoning in. This has got to be yours. Yeah, this is yours because I'm on the... I think I just done the single. And it might not be the same Defiance either. It might just be someone who knew Defiance back in Permafrost. Man, dude, we used to have a lot of fun running with, man, every time I got into a Defiance group, man, we'd spend the whole day was just running stuff over and over and over again. So much fun. I was bummed I could never join them because of their schedule. I just couldn't meet it. I couldn't be available every day of the week. It wasn't a thing. Oh, this guy's a double up. This is the strong guy out of the bunch. Stream is 2 minutes, but oh, you're right. I'm dropping frames. Hang on a second. I bet you there's a stupid Windows update. Okay, so now it's about, it's like 8 seconds. Let me close that. Maybe that's the issue. That's funny. It says I have 100% perfectly green connection, but I've dropped 40% of the last 10 minutes of my stream. And I have no Windows updates. So the internet might be a bit tricky tonight. There could be some sort of internet attack going on. I'm not sure. But I promise you everything on my end is running fine. Okay, there's your update. So now you should have to go back and talk to him. I'll let you zone out. You might want to hit refresh too, just to be safe on the stream. Give me 1 second. The game switched off, but I'm still here. I switched the game. I just turned off the display for a second. I gotta find out what's going on. I think the gaming PC might have... No updates there either. Why is my internet acting up? Bear with me a moment here, guys. I gotta figure out what's going on here. We're having some weekend woes with the internet. We haven't had weekend woes, I think, in a couple of months.
Fall back and get us help!
Yeah, something's going on with the internet. Seems fine now. Let me leave that up and see what happens. Alright, you guys might want to refresh the stream now. Looks like we've stopped with the drop in frames. Although I can't promise it's not going to continue. I'm watching my PC. My PC's fine. All the numbers are fine. Everything's fine. My network connection is fine. Something's going on with my connection to the Twitch server. But it seems to have stopped.
You should have left when you had a chance.
Need to find the... Okay, so I gotta run these off. And I'll show you where that is. Unless you already know. Make sure you listen carefully. Now, it should be pretty straightforward and one speech bubble for the most part, but if there's multiple options, make sure you read the options to make sure it sounds like you're crushing it. And then just to be safe... It's blue now, isn't it? You should be on complete 4th trial. It says complete 3rd trial? Okay, so that throws us off an extra day. Oh, because you missed a dialogue, didn't you? Right, so that would put us back 2 steps. So tomorrow then, you're going to do your solo. Tomorrow will be your solo, and then Sunday we'll go in and do the 4th step, which will be the group step. Then Monday we'll go into the solo. And then Tuesday we'll probably finish that part and get to the Citadel part, I would think. Because there's no point in going into the Citadel until we get to that point of the Shiny Brass Shield anyways. Okay, so the question now is, what should we do? What should we do? Let me see. One-bladed claymore, no. We need more people. Rescue of the Green Hood, that's the Citadel. Training is a shield, is a Citadel. Restoring Gulbane is neck. Stein of Magok is the bouncers. Can we duo the bouncers? I wonder. I know they're triple ups, but I don't remember. I want to say they're pretty beefy. But I think we might need 1 or 2 DPS for them. Then there's the FBSS, and we're on the Heroic Monks for that one. Oh, the pick, right. Okay, so you want to go to the mine entrance. You're gonna train these guys to the lift. You're gonna go down to the bottom. Then you're gonna come back up to the top. Okay? So let's go in. These guys are gonna aggro, of course, but we're just going to the lift and then we're gonna go down. Ah, shoot, somebody put it down. You need to jump off to the side here. Over here. And then your update should be here somewheres. I think it's this, might be this mining cart. Or it might be somewheres here. You got it? Perfect. Okay, so now be careful dropping down. Or what's your next step? You have to go turn it in? Okay, so let's be careful when we drop down. Make sure... Oh, this is going to be tough. That's alright. Drop down again. Did you already drop down? Alright, we'll get this to come down. Don't worry about fighting. I'll just taunt them off. They should all be... Are they all on me? Who's not on me? That guy's on you. I'll taunt that guy off. You activate the lift. Go ahead and activate the lift, because they're on me. Here we go. And they should leash. And if they don't, they will when you run out. Okay, or apparently they won't and they'll just keep running. Okay, are they gonna leash at all? Oh, there we go. They're starting. I don't know who left a random chest here, but...
Destroy all trespassers! Sound the alarm! Destroy all trespassers!
Let me see if I can find some people. Maybe we can try and knock out the FBSS. Zach, we only have those. Those really aren't worth doing. For the reward, anyhow. So, if we can't swing any DPS to knock out some of this Heritage Quest stuff, I think we should just go to Kazakh. Try and get in as early as possible. Or I guess we could probably head there now. I mean, it's quite the run. Get there now, get in a group. I'd say it's probably a good idea. Levels are important. And I'm behind.
Sound the alarm! Destroy all trespassers!
There's already 5 Thundering Steps. We're over a month into the server. There's already 2 Fearots. Okay. It's gotta be the European crew. I would guess European and retired military. Hey, Brick. Haven't seen a Soul Eyes 2 yet? We've had 48 in zone, but haven't had 50 in over yet. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a very small portion of people that are that high on the server. I would say in the next 2 weeks you'll see a lot more. A number of people just started getting into the 20s content last week. So there are a lot more Neck Forests, Neck Castle, Enchanted Lands, Thundering Steppes. As far as Everfrost and Lava Storm, you won't see multiple instances for a couple of weeks still. Plus, you've got a number of people that are no longer playing. You've got bans that went out, I think, 2 weeks ago, which took out a number of players. If Soul Eye is crowded, CT's better XP even at 49. Really? Oh, I guess, yeah, because, Soul Eye, there's a lot of narrow, or I shouldn't say narrow passages, but single passages and the bridges, and, yeah, there's not really any wide open areas. You're right. CT would probably be a better option. I mean, once you get one group down to the lower level, they can run back and forth across the 4 bridges, pretty much handle everything down there themselves before somebody else gets down there to kill something. It's the problem with this game when, well, some argue, or maybe not argue, some would debate or discuss that that's a problem with the game. That they were going for a more intimate experience, just like World of Warcraft. Problem is, they undercalculated zone size. Oh, this might be a dead end. I think we have to go over here. Yeah. 15% XP pot and 2 people mentoring me. It still took 6 hours to go from 49 to 50. Wow. Wild. No, we gotta go this way because we gotta go into the mountain. I gotta stop getting stuck. I'm gonna try and sprint off a fair bit of this aggro. Okay, can we stop knocking down on the opening attack? Thanks. I've always cursed SOE for that. I was complaining about it yesterday with the stupid spiders. Wow, there's 3 CTs already. Okay. That's more people. That's more people getting up into high 30s, low 40s. What did I zone into? Prime. I've seen a few of these people. 16 and 3. Alright, we'll check 2 out. There'll probably be a 4 at this rate. If there's a 3 now, give it an hour. $21 and 2. Yeah, so 2 is not the place to be. 1 or 3. You still in 3? If you're in 3, I'll come to 3. You're in 3. Do-do-do-do. Oh, we have another streamer here. Meat Beast on Twitch. I might have to start looking at another guild. Having all these people on and no sociality, dude, on a report card it'd be an F. Alright, let me try instance 1. I'm not getting any bites in 3. That version of Riders is like a shell of what they were in Varsoon. People just clinging to a name, maybe. I have no idea. I'm new to the guild. I joined them on a whim. It might have been the 3rd day of the server launch. Yeah, 3 days after the server launched, I met a couple individuals that seemed cool. Well, we got in a group. We were leveling. I think we were doing Wailing Caverns or Wailing Caves. It was going great. They asked if I considered joining a guild. I said I wasn't really sure what I was going to do with this game at this point, but I said, sure, throw me an invite and we'll see what happens. So I got in thinking, you know, first impressions are everything. So I thought, okay, we're into a social guild. I brought up the guild list. There were a lot of tunes on. I thought, okay, some of these, of course, are probably going to be boxes. But for the most part, it looks like there's a lot of people on. But the chat is non-existent. I've tried 100 times in the last 3 weeks. I kid you not. To start conversation, to start groups, to offer help. And nobody bites. And a week ago, I got into the guild voice, and I pretty much told them. I said, listen, I'm not sure what's going on with this guild. I said, pardon me for stepping on toes. I said, but Everquest is a social MMO. You guys aren't talking. What is going on? I said, I'm a friendly person. I like to get stuff done, but I didn't join this guild so I could sit on my thumbs and talk to a wall. And they were telling me that some people aren't comfortable, maybe with the, you know, hanging out, talk. And I said, listen, whether you're a new guild or whether you're a guild from a previous server, it's a social MMO. If you can't be social, if you can't type, if you can't talk, if you can't respond, I mean, why are you playing the game? Why? Play something else. And I only say that because you're ruining your experience. You could be, if you're not a social person, you could be having a much better time playing a different game. That's all I'm saying. If you want to keep playing the game without socializing, you can do that too. That's possible. But I'm just saying, if you're not a social person in a social MMO, you're depriving yourself of something out there that you might find more fun. That's all I'm saying, because I've been there. Yeah, so even then, with the whole Discord thing, we have, like, I'll go quickly down the list, just to show you how many tunes we have on right now. I can count on less than 2 hands how many people are in Discord. I just don't understand, and it's been like this for a month. This isn't a one-off. This isn't like, and I just don't get it. I'm not mad about it. I'm a little disappointed. I had a hunch I probably shouldn't have jumped into a guild right away because it was going to be a different experience. But The only thing I can chalk it up to are your stereotypical clicks and circles from previous servers carry over. Now, with that said, if that's how you plan on playing, why send invites to people who are new to the guild and then not do anything? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyways, long story short, I might try looking for other pastures or something because I'm not. I haven't done any. The only Bang is the only person I've grouped with on the regular. Or sorry, Irish in chat. Well, yeah, Irish is in group right now, but Bang's the person I've been hanging out with the most. And even then, it's not all the time because, of course, different lives, whatnot. But it's just, it's weird. It's just weird. I'm not used to it. Like, you're talking to somebody who has just streamed almost 9 years of EverQuest 1. Right? Like, I mean, you guys have been here. Brooke, I recognize your name from a long time ago, so you've been here before. You guys know how social I am. Being in a guild that's not social, it's not good. Not good for me. Oh, hey man, I didn't know it looked like I was hotkeyed there for a second. I don't know what happened. I was just talking to the stream and I didn't even hear you pop in. What's going on? Yeah, my streaming PC for some reason. I'm having internet connectivity issues or something. So what's happening is it's messing up the audio, so it sounds double. I was hotkeyed there for a minute. I think it should be fixed now. I think. Just randomly inviting everyone on launch day that wasn't in the guild. More than likely just accepted a random guild invite. They're probably not actually there to promote the guild within. Yeah. It caught me off guard. It caught me off guard to have a guild that size. Man, how can I not find anybody for a group? This is wild. Nobody, of course, has their LFG tag up. there's a there's a gnome character in game with the name Gnome Chomsky. Okay. Everybody's looking for DPS utility. Oh no. Did they just log? Ah, shoot. I was just sending them a tell. Buddy I've been grouped with was just on. Sorry guys, I'm trying to focus on who's out there to see if I can fill the group. Okay, so we have a brigand, we have a warlock, we have mystic, we have myself. We really don't need another healer. Bang is more than enough as far as heals go. Well, I mean for me anyways, I can't speak on the other group mates. Still might be nice to have a fury or an inquisitor. Urge, Brigand, Warlock, Mystic. We should have another DPS. Summoner would be good. Try for a Summoner. Trying to get the last spot filled. Man, this is rough. It was like pulling teeth to get this many people. I've gotten them though. We just need a 6th. Anybody in chat have a DPS tune from 41 to 45? Okay, we have a group. Now, let's hope everybody stays. Oh, I see why I got hailed. Group needs a tank. That's gonna be rough. We're going to the weekend. Tanks are gonna be few and far in between. Oh, I see what happened. I sent invites to people to get them in the group, and they said they were already grouped. And I guess the group didn't pan out. Man. That's funny. I guess. Kind of. I shouldn't really find that funny because that's happened to me before. Whatever. Whatever. It's humorous. It's humorous. After putting up with people yesterday, it's humorous. Hopefully this group is in it to win it, though. I would hate for this group to all of a sudden someone go, oh, gotta go help my guild. Oh, gotta go paint my nails. Gotta go do something. See you later. Thankfully, I make sure to build relationships with numerous people, so I got people to pull off of if need be. Yo, what Danger just typed was a situation that I had last night in here, and it was a healer as well, and I bet you, I would bet half a dozen donuts on it that it's the same person. Oh, it was a Necro, not a healer? I forget our tune, but he had an issue. He was like, what did he say? Something like, he didn't mean to waste our time, or he wasn't about to waste our time, or waste his time, or something. He posted every flippin' parse in the chat. It's like, man, like, if you understood what level people's skills were at, not skills as in them playing, skills as in their abilities, and their gear, and their rotations, maybe you could justify pasting parses. That's why I can't stand pasting parses in group content. People do it because they gotta stick up their ass, and their panties in a twist, and there's no one way to play a class. There isn't. I've talked about this 1,000 times on stream. You could have, this is one of the only games where you could have 100 guardians with all the same skills, all the same gear, and you'll have 100 different playstyles, 100 different ways of thinking. You can't say that about any other game. Not EverQuest, not WoW, not Final Fantasy XIV, not Guild Wars 2, not ESO, not BDO. None of them. I've played them. I know. It's just, it's wild to me. And I don't mean offense to you guys that paste parses all the time, but man, like, play the game. Holy smokes. You end up leaving a group and then you spend 3 hours trying to find somebody. Or you find another group and that group is worse than the group you were already in. There's always those chances. Why be dumb about it? Play the game. And flowers. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that gives me 4 of those, so we have those in case we get into the instance at some point. Well, I would say DPS is pretty solid in this group. Higher numbers than we had last night. I gotta remember to start buying power totems. I gotta make a note of it. Oh, people constantly moving up. I would like nobody to move up. Everything needs to be pulled back. You've got pathers, you've got people inside structures. How you guys in chat doing? You guys good? What are you guys up to this evening? Anybody playing anything? You guys just relaxing? I did some more auditions this afternoon, so we'll see how those go. Hey Cheesy, this is similar to what actual Dark Deity looks like. Hey Days, your name seems familiar. Did you used to play on Nagy by chance? I don't think I had a tune on Nagafin, no. I spent a lot of time in EQ, and my time on EQ2, most of it was spent on the Permafrost server. Now, with that saying, or with that said, it's not to say I don't have a tune on the Nagy server, but I'm not 100% certain. It's a server I probably wouldn't have been on in 15 years. Maggie sounds like a female's nickname. No. Hey, let me tell you, I've known quite a number of dudes, man, who will nag you to death as well. Some people might say I nag. I think we all do in some respect. I'm gonna jinx it, man, but we got a super group here for this content. Half the stuff is still down. And I've been watching everybody's power, so I haven't been, I haven't needed to stop or slow the group down. It's good. You couldn't ask for a better crawl. Go into the temple. Yeah, I don't want to go into the temple until we get a Huck spawn. Dude has a chance to spawn on either one of those two temples there, but we need him in order to advance the access. We haven't had him spawn yet. Is that a whip? That is a whip. Getting my Indiana Jones on. Oh. Oh, the whip is only being used as an appearance item. It's not my main weapon. I just like being unique because nobody else is using the graphic. See, in EQII, they give you 2 different inventory screens. They give you your personal gear that you're wearing under equipment. But under appearance, you have a whole other tab where whatever you put on here is what you see. So you can't benefit from the stats or anything here, but as you see down here, this is the whip that we have, the Death Fist utility whip. But our main weapon right now is the polished granite tomahawk. But all you see is the whip. It's part of the whole Barbie aspect of this game that got me addicted. I'm a huge Barbie. If I get my way, I'm going to have all sorts of different armor just for the appearance. That's right, that's right. I don't need to do actual damage. I just need to hold it so nobody else gets punched in the face. Dazed is right. It's called Fashion Quest. They just don't tell you that. You have to figure it out for yourself. It's part of the whole EverQuesting. You're EverQuesting until you realize that it's just a fashion game. We gotta find a 6th now. That just brought the group to a halt. That didn't take long. See, one of the benefits I like about me being a yapper, as I am, is I've been able to make a lot of contact or connections. I wouldn't necessarily say friends or pals. It's not people I can log in, automatically send a tell, and away we go. But I've made a lot of contacts, so when I send tells to 20 or 30 different people right now on the server, they know who I am from a previous time we grouped together. And it helps because it allows me to be able to pick and choose in high population settings who to have in a group. Like, I pretty much figure if I send a tell to somebody in particular, I tend to go with people I recognize. They recognize me, they're more likely to join than, say, if I start sending tells to complete strangers. So I pay attention to everybody I come in contact with. That's why I said last night, first impressions are everything. Being a salesperson, if I meet you for the first time, say in-game, and you rub me the wrong way, that's going to stay. There's no other way around it. That's going to stay. First impressions are everything. First impressions tell me everything I need to know about who you are. But I try and keep relations with a lot of people, so I have a lot of targets to pull from. Because a lot of players, a lot of tunes on this server, won't do it themselves. They'll ask guildies and they'll ask friends, but they won't have the patience, the nerve, the wherewithal to actually go out into the level chats. I send blind tells. I specifically find people. When I'm leaning like this and I'm in like deep thought, like I'm hand-picking people to come into the group. And then if they fail, then I go to the general population. That's the whole point of a social MMO. You have to be social. I just have enough social for a whole raid worth of people. Oh yeah, there's 43. This monster still didn't get the card. What the hell, man? That's Ragnarok for you? Yeah, for sure. Wanted to go Mystic this time around, but was told by Guild not to because 30 plus it would be impossible to get groups. So encourage again. Dude, yeah, see, that's people that don't understand the game. Are you kidding? I take a minute. Why do you think I hang out with Bang? Dude, Mystics are phenomenal. Defilers are phenomenal. Furies are phenomenal. Wardens are phenomenal. Clerics are phenomenal. Or Templars, Inquisitors. All the classes in the game are phenomenal, but you have to take the time to learn to play. And what happens is, someone who plays a Guardian experiences 20 or 30 Necromancers in their day, only finds 2 or 3 of those Necromancers that were worth a damn. Everybody else, more than likely, was still learning or just didn't care. So they make the opinion in their mind that all of a sudden Necromancers suck. That's the train of thought. You can't deny it, because I'm sure you guys have felt that as well at some point. But this game, every single class in this game, is phenomenal for some purpose or another. Don't let anybody ever tell you anything's different. And if that's your own personal opinion, you need to change it. I can tell you that every class in here is unique and it's designed with purpose, or else the classes wouldn't be here 20 years unchanged. Like, man, people just need to educate themselves. It's wild. It's been hardcore for 7 years. Came back for VAR soon. Got to 50. Too many healers, 30. And that may happen as well. Now, here's the thing. My chat will tell you, or will back me up on this. I have said many times in the past that when you jump into Everquest II and you decide to pick a class, you need to play that class regardless until level 30. You need to. So if you jump in and you look at the character select and you're used to playing a rogue in WoW and you're like, oh, look at the assassin. That's kind of like a rogue in WoW. I'll try an assassin. The second you log into game, you stay on that character until level 30. By level 30, all classes will give you a general idea of how they're going to perform going into the end game, and that gives you another 20 levels, the hardest levels, to get your experience in playing what you've learned for the first 30 levels. But people don't do that. They jump in, they get a character to level 10 or level 11 or even level 9 just out front of the common lands, and all of a sudden they can't get groups. And this, that, and the other thing happens. And they're like, oh, you know what, maybe I'll try a different class. And then they go and they roll a different class, and then they do the same thing, and then they do the same thing. And then they've wasted a month on playing all these different classes when they may very well have found their ultimate class in the first character they picked. But because they didn't play to level 30 to get a rough idea, they have no idea. Ignorance won the day. So anytime somebody comes in here and asks me about what character I think they should play, which has happened over the past month, I tell them all the time, get your tune to 30. Get your tune to 30. Period. No matter how long it takes you, get your tune to 30. I mean, 30 is really when the game opens up. Your 20s become a bit of a struggle because you have Neck Forest and you have Thundering Steppes. Thundering Steppes can be a much better experience than Neck Forest. Neck Forest, out of the two of them, Neck Forest is genuinely the more tedious zone out of the two of them. But once you hit level 30, once you get into places like Runny Eye, Enchanted Lands, the Fearot, dude, the game starts to open up. You start to see all different scenarios. But I'm telling you, and there's probably nobody else who'll tell you this, but I'm telling you this, every class in this game is designed with a purpose, and they are phenomenal. I'll tell you this story. I told the story, I don't know when it was, might have been 2 weeks ago that I told the story, and I've told it maybe 2 or 3 times over the last decade. Back when EQII was in its prime, I was sort of a big deal, right? Again, I preface this by saying I don't mean for any of this to sound like I'm bragging. I'm not, but this is the way it was. I was a big deal back in 2004. From 2004 to 2013, I was pretty significant as a guardian. I was sought after by multiple guilds across multiple servers to go tank for them for months on end, and I refused to leave the guild that I was in because we just had so much fun as a guild. Anyhow, that's the preface. Enchanters. Enchanters, for the first decade of EQII, Enchanters were never known as DPSers. Never. It was always utility. Illusionists always enjoyed their clone, their aspect or whatever, and how they could use that for the added DPS, but they were never happy with how they performed on parses. Coercers with their charming of mobs and so on, they either weren't happy with the DPS they were doing from the charms, or they were disappointed in the fact they kept putting DPS buffs on everybody else but themselves. So then they got down in the dumps about the enchanters being utility, and I'm specifically using the enchanters as an example. One of the guilds I was in back in the day was a guild by the name of Defiance. They were arguably, on paper, the biggest guild in the game. And when I say in the game, I mean across all other servers, okay? If you were back in the day and you were online, you knew who Defiance was. They spawned half a dozen different guilds. They're the ones that were on like the 6-day-a-week, 7-day-a-week pager system. You had to be there. You had to get the contested. You had to kill the avatars as they spawned. They pretty much had the server on lockdown. It's what they did. There was a coercer in that guild. Coercer's name, well, I won't give the coercer's name just in case the coercer happens to show up later on for whatever reason. But this coercer out DPS'd assassins, warlocks, necros, wizards, berserkers, rangers. This coercer destroyed parses. If you had an assassin that did 5 digits worth of DPS wearing the best gear, this coercer did 6 digits of damage. It was insane. And he never told anybody how he played. This is what I'm getting to. There came a point where their tanks would only log into raid. So they didn't have any tanks to run stuff. So a handful of them had heard about me and had hit me up more often than not to run stuff with them, high-end stuff with them that, they wouldn't ask other tanks to do. So I went and ran it with them. And I got to know these guys, and every time this coercer, he would always send me a tell with a smiley face. And every time he sent me a tell with a smiley face, I knew he was going to make my life a living hell. And that's what he did. He ripped aggro, he took whatever he wanted to do, he did on the coercer. And to this day, 20 years later, I have never met another person, another player, who has played an enchanter and performed the way that guy did. But he knew his class. He knew his class like it was going out of style. And everybody else spent a decade whining and complaining about how enchanters are no good for DPS. All they're good for is power regen and buffing other people. That's not the case. You need to learn your class. I can't put... Darkpaw should be paying me for what I'm saying. Darkpaw should be paying me, period. But every class in this game is designed with a purpose, it's unique, and it's meant that way, period. It's not that they created these classes and then said, oh, frig it, it's in-game, we're going to leave it. That's not it. All these classes do something. They know all these classes do something. It's up to you as the player to figure it out. That's it. /rant off. I don't know what else to tell you. That's the bare bones. And someone can say, yeah, but that's just your opinion. It might be my opinion, but you're not going to find any other individual who has that information, who has that knowledge. I have it. Like I said, Dark Paw should be paying me. But just don't let anybody tell you that one class is garbage from another. They clearly are filled with ignorance. Ignorance spends a lot of time online. Ignorance is everywhere. Ignorance is in too many places. It's the age-old saying, opinions are like buttholes. Everybody's got one. Even the new classes they put in, the Channeler, the Beast Lord, they're like, even they were fantastic. I don't know, there are 3 classes right now that you can easily raid without and never miss them. Oh, there's probably a few. I mean, obviously, you know, 2 that you can't. You need a Guardian, at least 1. You need your healers. I mean, you could probably go without a Brigand, although Dispatch, you know, is key. You could probably go without a Bruiser, although if played right, Bruisers do an ungodly amount of DPS. On this server, Swashbucklers really don't come into their own for probably not until Desert of Flames, maybe even Kingdom of Sky. I love Swashbucklers. That's probably if I'm playing the game this hardcore, the Swashbuckler will be the next tune. Brawlers and redheaded stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of people who feel that way. But again, it comes down to how you play and the gear. How you play and the gear are the absolute 2 most important aspects of this game. One piece of gear makes the difference. 1. And we have 20 pieces of gear. 1 piece of gear makes the difference between 2 Bruisers, 2 Guardians, 2 Berserkers, 2 Shadow Knights, 2 Paladins, 2 Templars, 2 Inquisitors. So far 0 for 2 for Necro Conjurer, no Hearts or Shards. Do we have? We don't have a... What do we have in the group? We have a Conjurer, but they're not here yet. Yeah. I'd take a second Zerker over any brawler. Can't they just fix that by giving each class a unique significant debuff to apply? Well, the classes do have their uniqueness, but again, you have to play them to figure them out. That's what I can tell you. You need to play them to figure them out. That's all I can, like, people, it's like I said earlier, people will give you their opinions about how the classes, one class is worse than another. Oh no, Bang, why don't you say that now? Also, keep in mind with this server, we only have really the base game. Like, we don't even have expansions to unlock stuff. We don't have Echoes of Fadewire, which unlocks a whole bunch of different stuff you can do with all the different classes. We don't have Knark, which betters that one or one-ups that one. Right? We're only going off of Classic. So Classic is not going to be all flash in the pan, so to speak, for all the bells and whistles. We need Desert of Flames. We need... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Those are the worst tanks currently available. Yeah. If you have a solid healer or solid healers, say you're running a dungeon, you can get away with a bruiser or a monk tanking, but it will be more difficult. Now, the monk is more defense and the bruiser is more offense. But the bruiser and the monk play off of avoidance. So their job is to dodge attacks, not take attacks. So as long as you do what you can to jack up your brawler's stats in the group, it should be okay. I've only met a couple of monks who tanked group content, but that's just because they had a really stable spine behind them. They had the heals, so it's possible. But even a Shadow Knight is not a Guardian. A Shadow Knight is not a Paladin. A Paladin is not a Shadow Knight, and a Paladin is not a Guardian. A Guardian is not a Shadow Knight, and a Guardian is not a Paladin. Although a Guardian becomes a Shadow Knight by Knark if you're someone named Krushnek. Because Krushnek knows his Guardian. And Krushnek can take his Guardian and turn it into a Patsy hybrid and show those hybrids a thing for their money. Because Krush knows Guardians. Dude, when Knark came out and we jumped in and we went through all the content and I picked up 4 particular items and I thought to myself, I wonder how these play out if I do this, that, and the other thing. So I reworked my AAs, I did some research on my gear, I put on these 4 items, I adjusted everything accordingly, and man, I could roll. I could pull entire rooms just like a Shadow Knight. I could take 1,000 punches in the face, which a Shadow Knight could not. It was amazing. My game stepped up exponentially. Like, there is so much to do when the expansions come out with your class. With any class. Any class. You could be playing a certain way with your Coercer, your Fury, your Druid, your whatever, up until a certain expansion, and then that expansion can light or ignite a whole other level of intelligence on your part because a specific item dropped. Or you got a specific quest reward because you did this quest and nobody else did this quest because most people don't do quest. Like, there's so much to the game. People are too quick to pass judgment. But yeah, when Canark, oh man, if I'm playing this game and this game goes to Canark, oh, you're gonna see some crazy stuff. Well, probably not, because it depends on the support system that I have. But I changed the way the Guardian plays in Canark. And I can say that, because that was one of the selling points as to why everybody was down with trying to get me to tank for them. I can say that. I feel good saying that. Somebody referenced EQ2 Flames earlier and I missed it. Let me see. The chat's not very... Did you post an EQ2 Flames a lot? Maybe that's where I saw your name. Days, you probably saw it there. EQ2 Flames, man, EQ2 Flames was the bomb. I love that site. The whole shit posting thing was unnecessary and not needed. You guys think other games were toxic? You guys know nothing until you hit EQ2. So, for those who don't know and have never heard of EQ2 Flames, I'm going to tell you this. Whatever you think the worst day is you had in a video game pales in comparison to what the internet thought about you on EQ2Flames.com. That is not a valid site anymore, and you cannot go there. But EQ2 Flames was rough. If you were in a group on any given server, and you were a bad experience to 5 other individuals, and one of those individuals got some information off of EQ2 Flames and decided to put a post about your performance, the whole server would disown you. EQ2 Flames was the end-all and be-all of careers. It's where you didn't even know that your career was tanked in-game and it got tanked. But the cool thing was, all of the high-end players would post guides and everything, myself included. There was, dude, EQ2 Flames was the only site you needed to go to for any and every single class. And there were the egotistical, there were the super knowledgeable, there were the people who didn't care about the shit talking, they just wanted to give people their information, help them out, and it was the greatest single site in any video game ever. The only other website that I think comes close is the Path of Exile website, which is phenomenal for builds and tips and info and hints and whatnot. But not WoW, not Final Fantasy, not EQ1, none of those games compared to EQ2 Flames. EQ2 Flames took the cake, and if you were on EQ2 Flames, you know about EQ2 Flames. And people can say, oh yeah, but you've played EQ2, so you would know EQ2 Flames. You don't know the other game. Yes, I do, because I played them. If you've been here long enough, you know I've played all of it. All of it. The DAOCs, the Lineages, the Aeons, the Asheron's Call, Arcage, Terra, Rift, Star Wars Galaxies. Played them all. All of them. Nothing compared to EQ2 Flames. EQ2 Flames was the alpha and omega of any information you wanted about your class. And if EQ2 Flames is active right now, please do not go to it, because it's going to have spamware and ads, and it's going to kill your system. It's going to be the same piss poor performance that Alakazam's gives people for EQ1. So if you do a search for EQ2 Flames and it comes up, please don't go to the site. I'm telling you right now, it is not updated. It has not been updated in probably a decade. It's gone? Okay, it's gone. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, man, EQ2... Oh, man, I miss EQ... The first thing... So, when I started playing... when we played EQ2 during COVID, and I showed you guys... I know most of you guys weren't here for this, but during COVID, I revisited EQ2 on the Swashbuckler to look at 4 different expansions in the middle of the timeline, because it was EQ2's version of Planes of Power for EQ1. So we played through it during COVID. I think it was like 2 months worth of playthrough, a month and a half worth of playthrough. And the first thing I did was go to EQ2 Flames to see if information was there, because I wanted to change something with my AAs. And that's when I realized that EQ2 Flames had been outdated and polluted, and it wasn't worth going to anymore. That was a sad day. That's the day I buried EQ2 Flames. Oops, I just got an ad. But EQ2 Flames was the jam. If you ignored all the nonsense and all the crapping on, thankfully I never had a post about me. I never saw a post about me on EQ2 Flames. And you might sit there and go, why would you care? Because like I just told you, if there was a bad post about me, my career in EQ2 in EQ2 would have been destroyed across the whole server. EQ2 Flames made or broke you without you even realizing. Nobody would even tell you. You would jump in game, you would look for group, nobody would recruit you, people would send you tells, or you would send people tells, people would realize your name and say nope. They would come up with an excuse and not play with you because one person had a bad experience with you in a group. As crazy as it sounds, that was 2000, I'd say 2007, 2008 was the heyday for EQ2 Flames. Around Echoes of Fade War is where the game stepped up in difficulty. Difficulty is probably the wrong word. Focus. I'll say focus. Echoes of Fade War like really stepped the game up on focus, and a lot of people just failed. Those of you that have been here long enough, you've heard me talk about my time in WildStar and how WildStar unfortunately failed and why it failed. Echoes of Fade War did that for players in EQ2. If you didn't pay attention in Echoes of Fade War, you almost certainly got a thread on EQ2 Flames. I'll be honest, I tended to ignore those posts, and if I ever grouped with the individuals and it jogged my memory, I would see how my experience was, and then I would take it off of that. And it's your right not to believe me, obviously. It's my opinion. It's not really opinion, it's fact, because it happened. But obviously if you weren't around for it, you have to take it with a grain of salt. I don't care one way or the other. I don't have a reason to make this up. Need an Origins revival. Did you play a Beast Lord when they first released? I did. I wasn't a fan of it in its original form. It wasn't my play style. However, when they brought in the Savagery revamp, I think it was called Savagery, holy crap, did the Beast Lord become fun to play. So, okay, so for those who may or may not know, so you guys have been watching enough of my EQ2 gameplay to see how the game is actually played. You have your class, you have your hotbars, you have your skills. So, a number of years into EQ2's time frame, they introduced a class called the Channeler. The Channeler was a new attempt at a class and a playstyle. The Channeler not only was a ranged healer, which was interesting, they used a bow. It was like a ranger with heals. But the Channeler came in with, I'm going to call it focus, I'm going to be wrong. No, you know what, let's use the word faith. A Channeler came with a subset ability or a subset schooling called faith. And what faith did, while you were in combat, you would have your main hotbar skills, but then you would have this other bar that would pop up above, like up here somewhere, so you could move it off to the side or what have you. And it had its own set of special abilities, but those special abilities could only be used if you accumulated a certain amount of faith during combat. So not only did you have these, like, a lot of people will look at all these skills down here and say, holy crap, it's a lot of skills. I'm not playing that. That's nonsense. Because you grew up with WoW and Final Fantasy and ESO that only use anywhere from 5 to 8 different skills, right? In EQ2, you've got like 40 at the end game, or 30 anyways. But when the Channeler came in, it had this whole faith system that allowed you to use the Channeler's normal skills, but also fill up this faith bar and then unleash some pretty cool abilities, whether they were heals, heal over times, cures, whatever. The Beast Lord got a revamp. The Beast Lord came out as a standard scout type class with your pet or whatnot, but the Beast Lord got a revamp shortly thereafter and came out with what was known as the Savagery meter, I think, or Ferocity meter, something like that. It was the same thing. As you went through combat and used certain skills, you filled up your Savagery meter, and if you got, say, 400 points, let's say your damage over time spell or special ability would pop up, and then you would go ahead and use it. Their plan at the time, and I thought this was very cool, games were very stale at that time. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XI, DAOC, Aeon, whatever, all of them. The thing was, you had games like Terra coming out, and Terra used active combat. And for those who don't know what active combat is, that's unlike this. It's like moving around. You're dodging telegraphs, you're actually, you know, hitting shift to dodge left and right, to strafe, whatever. It's more active combat. SOE wanted to find a way to keep the players more engaged, to give them a more exciting experience, so their plan was to take all the classes in the game. I think there were 24 classes at the time, or 26 classes at the time. They wanted to take them all down and give them their own savagery setup, so that players wouldn't just stand still and hit buttons, or stand range and hit buttons. Every class would be able to move around the field or be more active. And it was an amazing idea, and I wish to this day they still would have pulled it off. But unfortunately, before they had a chance to, EQ2 ended up going to Daybreak Games, and they went a different route with it. They tried to find ways to make it more accessible, a la World of Warcraft, so that they could try and bring in a new audience and retain the audience that they had. And then it just went from there. And it's what some people call WoWification. So the WoWification started with Daybreak Games, continued into Darkpaw, and I wasn't a fan. But anyways, it would have been pretty cool if they'd have reworked all the classes to give them their own meter. Dude, it just would have been so cool. Hey Toad, what's going on, man? Chandler came out after Beast Lord? Right, yeah, Beast Lord came out in the regular form. Chandler came out with the Faith system. Beast Lord got revamped into the Savagery system. The Beast Lord was already out, but the Beast Lord didn't have the Savagery system in the beginning. That was added. That was a patch that happened, and that's what gave him the idea to do it to all the classes. Oops. Played a Chandler for a couple of years. Only game from that era I miss is Wildstar. Oh, Wildstar. Don't get me started, man. I did a whole spiel on Wildstar again like a month ago. I miss Wildstar immensely. Played an engineer. Yes, a tank. I get it. Wildstar was phenomenal. It just sucks that the internet was horrible at video games. I didn't see this guy spawn. Oh, the other group was up here, right. They would have killed them. That means there's going to be another one in a second. Forgot the other group was up here. There's usually 2 of these. I want to get that other smaller temple cleared. Game some of the best raiding mechanics. I remember it took us months to take down. Hey, Days, look, man, I've told that story too. I told the story about how everybody goes on about they don't give EQ2 props for the raiding, and it's the one thing that I've spoken about over the last 10 years of streaming, that EQ2's raids under SOE, so that's like the first, what, 7 years? Under SOE was the best raiding I've ever experienced in, I mean, 3 decades of playing everything. I've raided in WoW, Final Fantasy, yes, all of them. You can't come at me with a game and say this one's better. I've played them, I've raided in them. EQ2's raiding under SOE was absolutely phenomenal. I can't speak on Daybreak or Darkpaw. I've been told from trusted sources that unfortunately the raids got somewhat more accessible than under SOE, which makes sense because, again, they want to entice to get new players, keep the players that they have. But back under SOE, I remember it was the first, I want to say it was the first SOE fair, I think it was, but they had the raid team on, and I think there were 4 members, and they were being interviewed about the raiding, and that the head designer, developer, whatever, specifically said that they would never, and then he air quoted, dumb the game down for any reason whatsoever. And he specifically said that because everybody else thought that EQ2's raids were too difficult compared to World of Warcraft and other games. And they had no instant, and that sold me right then and there. Lock, Stock, 2 Smoking Barrels. The fact that they went on record and said that they were not dumbing... Oh, hello, Stone Golem. They said he was underground in the back of the temple. This might be a problem. That's a lot of damage. Come on, Exquisite. Give us an Exquisite. We've been here a long time. Oh, you bugger. Darkpaw's mad because I'm telling all these stories. I did it again. Oh. Stamina, agility, wisdom, no strength. It's got okay resists. Probably not something I'd wear. No. Stone Golem Heart. What is that for? Wait, we already have 4 of Clay Golem. I'm gonna need this. Probably need another 4 of those, I would take it. Oh, look at how fast everything respawned. Man, we killed the stuff so fast, it put them all in the same timer. SOE Live, that's what I meant to say. I said fair. It might have been called fair, I can't remember. That's what it was though, it was the SOE Lives they used to have. But when they came right out and said that they had no plans in dumbing down the game. Those were their words, dumbing down the game. Exactly. I was like, I am sold. Fanfare, thank you. Yeah, I was sold. Ever since. Yeah, oh man, it's... Now that I'm thinking about it, it's a shame that the plans for this server... My understanding from Fippy Fest is that they aren't going past Desert of Flames. Now, I've had a couple of people tell me that apparently they've amended this, and they said that they're going to Kingdom of Sky. I don't know about that. I haven't read that or heard that from anybody other than the people that told me that apparently they've adjusted to Kingdom of Sky. But what I would love to see, I would love to see new people jump into Kingdom of Sky raiding on stream that's not me, so I could watch them go through it and see what they think. It would be phenomenal to see the WoW crowd, the Final Fantasy crowd, all the other crowds, all the non-EQ crowds try EQ2 raiding under what would be the SOE era of raiding. I would love to see that. Because as was mentioned 10 minutes ago, the whole thing about raid content, and again, I've said this 100 times, I'm going to stick to World of Warcraft and Everquest II specifically because they came out at the same time. When new expansions came out under WoW, the best guilds in the game had the content beat within 2 weeks. Every expansion. I've watched it. I've seen it happen. When Everquest II came out with expansions, most of the guilds didn't get the expansions cleared for up to a year. And it's not that it had a billion things to do. It's that the stuff was so technical that there were always people who just didn't get it, who just didn't understand what they were supposed to do, where they were supposed to stand, what spells they were supposed to have, what potions they were supposed to bring, how long they were supposed to stand in a certain area, how much DPS they were supposed to do, how much DPS they weren't supposed to do. All this stuff plays into the rating in EQ2. And EQ2 is just a different beast when it comes to rating. The problem is you've got 1,000 people that'll say that, but you've got 100 million people that'll tell you that WoW is the best. And that's just not the case. WoW was just the most popular. That's what WoW was. WoW was the most popular. WoW was the girl that slept around. That's what WoW was. Or guy. Girl or guy that slept around. 2024. All inclusive and all that stuff. Whatever. It was always KOS according to the plan. Dude, at Fippy Fest, they had said Desert of Flames. They said the game plan was to have Classic. The game plan was to go a couple of months, release the first adventure pack. Then go 3 weeks after that, release the second adventure pack, and then a couple months after that, bring out Desert of Flames. That's what was said at Fippy Fest. And Fippy Fest was only 2 months ago. Or whatever. I watched the stream. I'm sure the stream is up. If the stream is up, you guys can go see it for yourself. But that's specifically what they say. And then after that, I've had people in the last 2 weeks, I've had 3 individuals tell me that apparently the plan is Kingdom of Sky. Kingdom of Sky was not mentioned at Fippy Fest for the server's plans. And if it was, and somebody goes back and watches Fippy Fest, please timestamp it and send it to me so I can hear it myself. But Kingdom of Sky was not mentioned at Fippy Fest. And the reason why they only had a few weeks between the adventure packs is because the adventure packs are very small stories. The adventure packs are not expansions. Don't kid yourself. It's 4 or 5 quests that take place in a smaller instance. That's what the adventure packs are. Their whole plan with that was, expansions typically take a year, right? Every year you get an expansion with EQ. They were trying to do it so that every 2 months you would get an adventure pack. So you'd get like 6 adventure packs or 5 adventure packs a year, plus the one big expansion. But they couldn't do it. They didn't have the resources, they didn't have the finances, whatever. So that's why there were only ever 2 adventure packs. There was the Chronicle of the Bloodlines, and then there was the Bloodline Chronicles, and then the Split Paw Saga. After the Split Paw Saga, they came out with an announcement and a post online that said they were done with the adventure packs, and they were going to take that effort and put it into the expansions to give better expansions at the end of each year. That's why there's only 2 adventure packs, period. End of sentence. Timeline may kill the server population, though. It must be... Yes, I agree, Dazed. Not just that, once Desert of Flames comes out, that's going to kill the population anyways, except for the Faithful. The EQ2 Faithful will stay for Desert of Flames, but unfortunately, and I promise you, there's going to be a big population dip when Desert of Flames comes out. Desert of Flames added a whole ton of content and was pretty impressive, but it was all over the place when it was time for people to try and get stuff done. You had better hope you could get through entire quest lines in one sitting than to do part of it, have to log for dinner, or to look after your kids, or to go to the store, or to go to work, and then you spend another month trying to find people to go back into it to get that, like, Desert of Flames is going to cause headaches for a lot of people, especially in today's environment, which is unfortunate. What do we got? We don't have anything. We got nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Nobody's up over there. Okay. Play this game because it has provisioning and only Pans is hiring. Oh, that's good. Another problem with this server is the number of boxers that are on this server. One of the people in general chat just jogged my memory. That's a huge issue with the server. There are a lot of box groups running around. And I get it. Maybe that's your thing, you know? You like setting up a full group where you make all the decisions, you don't have to worry about putting up with other people. I get it. And unfortunately it just ruins the experiences because you never know who you may have met to fill a spot that, you know, could have been a great time, good time, etc. You know, it's just unfortunate. I get it. I get why people do it. It's just unfortunate. I mean, my God, I can't tell you the number of people I've met in all my just my gaming experience online. I'm not just my online experience. I knew thousands of people back when the internet was brand new, man. When I first found video conferencing, and I was able to video conference for the first time with people all over the world. Dude, I got well, maybe not 1,000. I got hundreds of stories I could tell you. Actually, I can't tell you half of them because I can't tell them on Twitch, but yeah, man, like the people that miss out on the whole social aspect, that hurts my soul a little bit. I think that's why it takes so long to put groups together on the server. I think not enough people know me. I think that's what it is. You know, they see some dude named Krushnek advertising and looking for group chat, and they think it's probably some Russian dude with poor English. Hence the name. I mean, you gotta say, I put together some pretty phenomenal groups. No, Toad. Unfortunately, it is not. I am critical service, and because I think Quebec is open and operating, I am working Monday. It's a limited day. I'm only working half of my shift, but it's the worst point of the day, 1 to 5. Kind of kills the whole day for me. Yeah, it's Big Boo. I'm guessing it's a long weekend for you, is it, Toad? You got any plans? Lots of nothing? I hear you. I'd be doing about the same. Excuse me. As long as I got my coffee, I'm good. How close are you to a mini ding bang? Or are you close? That's weird. That's a single pull, because the trip. That's a single pull that was parked exactly where it would be if it was a 3-pull. I don't think I've seen that before. I thought we were getting 3. I thought it was weird when I targeted this guy, these guys didn't light up. Oh man, now I gotta find 2 more spots to fill. That's something else too, man. I miss people finding reps for themselves. Man. Yo, we just upgraded. Holy shit. Okay. So see, this is what it's like to be social. We had this group for as long as we did. We had not just one person, but two people left. But because I was already up to snuff with a couple people, I already had people waiting for the replacements. Oh, I love this game, man. I whine about this game, but I love this game. I still say Darkpod needs to pay me. What time is it? One of our people needed a 5 to 10 minute break, so we're taking a short break for those of you on stream. So if you want to get up and stretch or what have you, you probably have 4 or 5 minutes before we get started again. I don't have to take a break, but somebody else wanted to take a break. So we're still chilling here. Ah, shoot, I missed my window. Did I miss my window? I think I missed my window. Hang on a second. Huh? That's weird. How did that happen? Oh, there we go. That was weird. Sorry guys, do something real quick on my phone before we continue. I forgot to do it earlier. Hoping I have enough time to do it. Oh, I think I do. Okay, we're good. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. I almost forgot about that. Uh, where does... I thought Hukulen spawned up top. We haven't seen him all night, though. How are these boots called the boots of alacrity, which is speed, and yet it procs a lightning bolt? TD. What? What? Okay. You could make the bad joke fast as lightning, but with a 5% chance to proc, that's not very fast. Oh, I got multiple shards that I don't have down here? Oh, sliver of essence. Yeah, sliver of essence. Ah, I see. Okay. Keep the adept. Keep the adept 3. Don't need the app 4. And the master. We have hearts too. What are they? Those are masters? We don't have masters here. So we have app 4, app 1. We have master there. Oh, sacrificial heart. Hmm. Okay. I guess we'll put that there for now. Right on. We're all good to go. Really? Nothing is social? Dude, I didn't know that. That seems a little weird. Guessing that Justicar is probably the placeholder. Weren't there lizards right there? Oh, they're there. Oh, we don't have a track anymore, right? Because our scout went? Oh no, we got Dirge. $40-50 on broker started skyrocketing. Probably because more and more people are getting to the high level. I mean, we had 3 instances of CT tonight. I haven't seen that so far. What's going on, Draz? Did you hit 50? What did you think of the Doom reveal? So, the opinion that I'm leaning on, I mean, so they tried to do Kang. Their plan was to go from Kang into Doom. That was their plan. They were planning to use a few movies with Kang because it would give them enough time to bring out the Fantastic Four and possibly work up a storyline for mutants. With that said, in the whole Kang snafu that happened and they had to find themselves a new bad guy, the fact that they're bringing in the Russo brothers again to do the 2 Avengers movies, I have to believe that RDJ is not going to be the main big bad. I don't feel like he's going to have that, I feel like there's going to be somebody else behind him. So, some people would say, would it be Galactus? No, it wouldn't, because Fantastic Four takes place in a different universe, right? It's another timeline. Do the Fantastic Four get introduced to Earth 616? Probably not. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do it because of, you know, they have their own supervillains and so on to fight and their own unique storylines that don't directly tie into the present MCU. That includes the new Avengers and Thunderbolts. But as far as the main bad guy, I don't think RDJ is going to be the quote-unquote big baddie. They're obviously using him to get hype for the movies when they come out, but the Russo brothers wouldn't bring out the main bad. Like, I feel like if it was some other director, maybe, but where it's them, they have something else up their sleeves. Like they said, they put enough blood, sweat, and tears into the 4 movies that they did. I have no reason to believe that they would skimp out with these next couple of films. So I do believe that they wouldn't reveal the big bad this early, 2 years before we even get an Avengers film. Never mind the Fantastic Four film. Am I excited that he... not really. I can think of some other actors that I would have preferred to play Doctor Doom. I think Mads Mikkelsen would have been phenomenal as Doctor Doom. He is a little older now, so, well, I mean, RDJ is older too, but Mads Mikkelsen for sure. I don't know. I feel like they're going to go with the infamous Iron Man storyline, which is intriguing. That's a storyline of Tony Trask making decisions that led him to become Doctor Doom, or take on the guise of Doctor Doom. I still want to say they have something else planned. The Avengers are going to tie in with the mutants because the Avengers, Spider-Man, and the X-Men they were significant in the 90s. Those 3 circles of whatever were all intertwined with each other. So with the heyday that they're giving us, I strongly believe that they're doing the Fantastic... So what I think is going to happen, the Fantastic Four storyline is going to be self-contained. Galactus, I don't think is going to bleed into Earth 616. Now, maybe Galactus finds out about Earth 616 in Fantastic Four and finds a way to come into this timeline, because you got to remember, they got to go through the portals, right? It's not just as simple as saying, oh, I want to be there, and then poof, you're there. So, I don't think it'll be that simple. Will the Fantastic Four see Earth 616? Maybe Reed Richards messes around with something and finds a way to travel there. I doubt it. Maybe the TVA gets involved. The logical thing would be to have the TVA get involved, right? You wouldn't just want to have the TVA used for Loki, and then the leaning point they used through Deadpool and Wolverine. I don't think like they would just drop the TVA right then and there. The TVA is their main reason to get through all the timelines. So I would think the TVA would have some sort of significance in... What phase are they in now? Phase 5? Phase 4? I can't remember. Anyways, I'm not excited that he's playing Doctor Doom. I'm intrigued to see where they go with this, because they have to introduce the mutants. Some people argue that the end of Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, hinted at, you know, access to mutants. And then you have Deadpool and Wolverine, of course Wolverine being a mutant. But that doesn't seem to have any tie into Earth 616. That was more of a keep it with Sony type business, right? All the references, and I don't know if you saw the film or not, but Deadpool and Wolverine wasn't about anything in particular. It was its own self-contained story. You haven't seen it yet, so I won't spoil anything for you, but it doesn't have any tie-in with the MCU at all. It's its own separate thing. But I wouldn't say I'm excited for RDJ being Doom. Now, mind you, I wouldn't want them to pull an Iron Man, was it Iron Man 3? Where we were led to believe that Ben Kingsley was Mandarin, but in actual fact he wasn't. He was just a poor actor being paid to play the Mandarin. I should hope they wouldn't do something like that with the next outing, you know? But I really can't see him being Doctor Doom. Like, it's gonna be... It would be such a weird thing. So, one, it would be a weird thing as if he was playing Victor Von Doom and not Tony Trask. First off, it'd be really weird if he wasn't playing Victor Von Doom, or if he was playing Victor Von Doom, because he's already played Tony Trask. Why they would have the same actor back? Timelines or not, people online are writing that it's a desperate ploy for attention, for hype for Marvel. I don't think that's the case. I think if Marvel comes out with the right story, we're all going to go to the theater again to see it, or we're all going to watch it, or what have you. I don't think that's a big deal, big situation of any sort. It'll be interesting to see if they do. Maybe Doctor Doom was Iron Man. Maybe there was a tie-in with Thanos, with the whole Infinity War. Maybe when Tony tapped out in that, maybe something happened. You know, maybe an agreement was struck. Maybe he wound up dealing with an organization like the Eternals. Who knows? I have no idea. I'm just pulling smoke out of my butt at the moment. But as far as excitement, I'm not excited that he's Doctor Doom. I'm excited that they're doing a Doctor Doom storyline. But you have to remember, if you guys even care about this, if you guys don't know a whole lot about Doctor Doom becomes a significant threat in a lot of Marvel storylines, or I guess Marvel timelines, I guess you could say. Like, he becomes almost otherworldly. I don't necessarily know how they're going to play that off. It's not like Kang. It's not like there's a million of them all working together for one greater goal. But I associate Doctor Doom more with Fantastic Four than I do the Avengers or X-Men. But that's just because in the 90s, like, that's what it was in the 90s. Doctor Doom was more significant to the Fantastic Four storyline. So I feel what's going to happen is Fantastic Four is going to come out, right? Because when they were doing the whole spiel at Comic-Con or whatever, they mentioned that they had to do a movie first, and they showed the Fantastic Four, and then they showed Doomsday before Secret Wars. I think what's going to happen is in the Fantastic Four movie, they're going to have to deal with Galactus as the main threat, but I think Doctor Doom's going to make an appearance. It would make sense to have Doctor Doom show up first with the Fantastic Four, because if anybody pays attention to Doctor Doom's history, they know that he's significant to Fantastic Four. So I feel like Doctor Doom's going to make an appearance, a cameo, whatever you want to call it, at some point in Fantastic Four, and that's going to lead into Doomsday. Now, maybe Doctor Doom finds a way to travel timelines, and maybe he ends up starting in Fantastic Four's world, but finds a way to get to Earth 616, and maybe Fantastic Four chases him, or goes after him, or what have you. And that's how he winds up in Avengers Doomsday. I have no idea. Again, it's just if I think about it long enough, I pull theories out of thin air, but it will definitely be interesting to see if they plan on using RDJ for the next 4 or 5 movies. The only other thing they can do right now, after Doctor Doom, is probably go into X-Men. They wouldn't have a choice. You couldn't do, you could try and do, I guess, a next Spider-Man, but as far as introducing other baddies like Sauron or like Mr. Sinister, well, no, that's X-Men. Yeah, I would say you're probably going to get 5 years of the Doctor Doom, and we'll be into mutants then. They'll have Doctor Strange come back, because Doctor Strange left with What's-Her-Nuts at the end of Multiverse of Madness to help her do whatever they were going to do there. Thunderbolts, I believe, is going to be self-contained. I don't think Thunderbolts is going to... Thunderbolts might take place on Earth 616, but I don't think they're going to have any interaction with the Avengers. So, I don't think that's a thing. I think Thunderbolts are going to be self-contained. Captain America Brave New World, that's going to be the introduction, possibly to the Thunderbolts. There'll be references, because you got to remember, like... maybe. See, the thing is, they can't do the next 3 or 4 movies and put them in 3 or 4 different timelines. That's just dumb. So it's going to be Earth 616 for most of them, and then it's going to be the Fantastic Four world, whatever that is. But I believe the time frame is what's going to matter, right? It's going to be the time, the century, or whatnot. I don't like RDJ playing Doctor Doom. I don't. I need a taller, larger, imposing individual with a really solid, deep voice. He's just not going to have it. He's just not going to have it. It's like Borderlands, right? Borderlands comes out, I believe, in August. I was excited for Borderlands until I found out who the cast was. I'm like, wait a minute, why are you getting everybody that's like in their 50s? This makes no sense. That's not Borderlands. It's not the spirit of Borderlands. I'm gonna have issues with Borderlands. I don't know if you guys know what the Borderlands franchise is, but I'm a huge fan of Borderlands. Huge, like massive. I've played them all, aced them all, played them 1,000 times. Love them. I love all of them. Tales from the Borderlands, played those too. The movie, I'm gonna have issues with the movie, I think. I don't want to have issues with the movie. I want to go and really enjoy it. But I think I'm gonna have issues with the movie. There is a new Spider-Man. Amazing Spider-Man 3. Wait, Amazing is Garfield's. Andrew Garfield's not coming back to play Spider-Man, is he? Amazing Spider-Man is Garfield's franchise. You sure there's an Amazing Spider-Man 3? You sure that's just not AI or something? I mean, I know they're gonna do another trilogy with, what's his name? Oh my god, what's his name? Tom Holland. I know that's gonna happen. But Andrew Garfield coming back? Man, he'd be older. What's Andrew? Gotta be in his 40s. Close to 40. Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe they introduced Miles Morales? Maybe? Maybe they introduce Miles Morales? Maybe they go that route? Set for next year? Interesting. Oh man, what is with the loot tonight? The loot has been garbage. Must have used it all up earlier. Excuse me. Oh, well, sir. Where'd that come from? Oh, that was interesting. I just found out a button on my mouse sits. Oh man, trying to keep the group moving and find a rep at the same time. What have we gotten? Like half a level? 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost half a level. Man. Oh no. Poison is rough. Okay, I picked up our next replacement. Man, I'm too good at this. We have 30 minutes. Okay. Oh, who pulled that group? Let me know when you have like 10 minutes left, Bang. I don't know how long ago it was when you typed that message. Ooh, that's worthwhile.
Wonderful work. Those incidents. Yeah, I'm afraid it may have not been excellent.
Should have grabbed it again. I did. We need to kill, gather. Oh, I see. Change the targets, you mean. Yeah, I gotta kill 10 gatherers. I gotta say, man, this group tonight has been phenomenal. This is what I needed. Oh, there's been non-stop pulling. We've had almost no downtime. Ah, I shouldn't have done that. Dude, if you gotta take off, man. There's not much we can do if I can't track down a tune. Don't feel you gotta stay. It's just being tough. I keep sending tells, and I've got healers that are already in group or healers that are logging for the night. Like, to give you an idea, there are no shaman on at all at the moment that are in our level range. And there aren't many druids. And all the clerics, for the most part, are either AFK, logging, or in a group. Which is strange because, I mean, it is Friday. I'm not saying everybody would have to be here, but I would think the most amount of healers would be on this time of night on a Friday. But maybe I'm wrong. The scout is not telling me what's on track. I keep asking, and every time I keep asking, a scout gets offended. And then when I don't ask, they don't use it. Oh, loot is horrible. I'm not pulling any more names. This is ridiculous. It's been all wooden chests all night. Those are interesting. Those were just discovered.
Cross.
How much time do you have, Bang? Minutes? Okay. Okay, stream. That's going to be it for me for this evening. We couldn't find a healer to continue the grind. All the healers that are on are already tied up in groups, or they were getting ready to log for the evening. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream, go to bed a bit early, or well, I shouldn't say early. What time is it? Probably 1 a.m., is it? Oh, it's 1 a.m. That's not too bad. Anyhow, thanks for hanging out as always. Hope you guys enjoyed your time here. I should be live tomorrow. I'm not sure what the game plan is. I'd like to try and maybe... I might advertise to see if we can try and get some Heritage Quest groups going. I'd really like to get the Flowing Black Silk Sash done. Just a matter of camping the monks that we need. Yeah, I would say. Anyhow, whatever, we'll leave it till then. If you're new to the channel, if you enjoyed your time here, if you feel like you might stop back on a future stream and you haven't already, this is the shameless plug, so I would ask that you follow the channel to be notified next time I go live. Other than that, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.